Regular meeting number 55 will now come to order. Can you please stand for the playing of the national anthem? Councilmember Beatty, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This afternoon, Council is grateful to have Pastor Matthew Stevens from the Vineyard Christian Church to lead us in prayer. Pastor, welcome to Council.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we pause today, grateful for this city of Columbus and for all the people who call it home. As this meeting begins, we ask for you to be present with all of us, with all of the men and the women of council, and we specifically ask for your gifts of wisdom and discernment upon them. Give them clear minds and a unified heart for the people that they serve, and a deep commitment to the well-being of every single citizen. I pray that you fill their hearts with compassion so that they remain attentive to the needs of all of our residents, especially the vulnerable and the overlooked. I pray that you guide all of the conversations tonight with a spirit of understanding, cooperation, peace, and respect. May their discussions be marked by kindness and their actions by honesty. I pray that you grant them the insight to find solutions to all of the problems, that they be professional problem solvers in your name. We pray for all who serve this city, all of our first responders, our educators, and every one of our public servants. May we all work together for the common good, and we ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bankston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Acauer, Dorrance, Green, White, President Harden. Any person who takes any action to obstruct or interfere with the conduct of tonight's meeting may be charged with disturbing a lawful meeting pursuant to Columbus City Code 2317.12. Any person who enters those areas of city council chambers reserved for city officials or invited guests may be charged with criminal trespass pursuant to Columbus City Code 2311.21.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bankston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Acauer, Dorrance, Green, White, President Harden.
Are there any additions or corrections to the journal? Hearing none, the journal is approved. This week's communication received by the city clerk's office are listed on the agenda and will be published in the city bulletin. Are there any other communications to be read into the record?
Not at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now go around the dais for updates and resolutions from council members, starting with Councilmember Bankston.
Thank you, Council President. I do have two announcements this evening. Just a reminder that tomorrow at 4 p.m. I will be holding a second hearing to discuss a proposed amendment to Columbus City Code that would create a local rental registry of all residential rental properties within the corporate limits of the city. The hearing will share updates to the framework of the proposal that was shared during the first hearing. The deadline to sign up to speak at tomorrow's hearing passed. It was today at 5 p.m. However, comments can still be shared with my office via email at any point. A document highlighting the changes between the last version and the newest version is live on my council webpage on the city's website. So please reach out to my office if you have any issues accessing the document or getting information for tomorrow's hearing. Again, just want to remind folks that this is a process that we are working on with community. This is just simply still a proposal and framework, and no legislation has been outlined or made at this point. Second, the operating budget, I do want to acknowledge the mayor's release of the 2026 operating budget. As the mayor mentioned during his press conference, this $1.26 billion budget is, in fact, the largest in the city's history. However, due to rising personnel, insurance, and other costs, we are bracing yet again for another austere budget, another tight year for us, and it's something that we will work through together. I look forward to working with my council colleagues as we review, amend, and deliberate on the budget to ensure that the final product is one that best serves the needs of our residents and reflects this council's priorities. Details regarding public hearings and other logistics will be shared in the coming weeks, and so I encourage residents to engage with us as we go through this process. Thank you, Council President. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosa de Padilla.
Nothing for me this evening, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Beatty.
Nothing for me this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember De Alcala.
Nothing for me this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember. Pres Pro Tem.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to wish happy birthday to Kevin McCain, who served on my staff for a number of years and now is everything zoning in our Legislative Research Office, and he will be spending his birthday tonight with all things zoning. So happy birthday, Kevin.
Happy birthday, Kevin. Councilmember Green. Councilmember White. Thank you. Councilmembers, are there any comments from our elected officials? Seeing none, are there any requests by members of council for the removal of an ordinance or resolution from the consent portion of the agenda? Hearing none, may we now have a motion to waive the readings of titles of third day legislation by the city clerk? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you now read into the record the ordinance number of third day legislation on tonight's agenda for first reading?
In Finance and Governance, we have ordinance 2770 and 3044-2025. In Economic Development and Small and Minority Business, we have 2623-2025. Public Service and Transportation Committee, we have ordinance 2889 and 2912-2025. Neighborhoods, Recreation, and Parks Committee, we have ordinance 2911, 2941, and 2944-2025. Health, Human Services, and Equity Committee, ordinances 2328 and 2962-2025. Public Utilities and Sustainability Committee, ordinances 2590, 2692, 2780, 2809, 2819, 2839, 2869, 2873, 2876, 2877, 2880, 2901, 2907, 2918, 2921, 2923, 2924, 2933, 2993, 3003, 3007, 3016, 3020, and 3025-2025. Housing, Homelessness, and Building Committee, ordinances 2951, 2982, 3021, 3022, 3023, 3038, 3039, 3046, and 3086-2025. Rules and Policy Committee, we have ordinance 2925, 2526, 3082, 3083, 3084, and 3085-2025. Zoning Committee, we have ordinance 1979, 1980, 2788, 3103, 3105, 3106, 3107, and 3110-2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one speaker on the first reading portion of tonight's agenda, and that's Ms. Barbara Clark, speaking on ordinance 3082-2025. Welcome back to council, Ms. Clark. Yeah, you can.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Clark, and I'm just out here for the citizens of Columbus that you guys must have forgot. We had a high rise in the rent, we had high rise in electric, we have high rise, and our jobs don't go up. We're not getting more money on our jobs. Our working families are struggling. I knock on doors of people who are splitting their medicine because they can't afford medicine. We have to say enough is enough. And then when we have these increases, do we have anything that says if you're behind, is there an extension? When I run into people with city stuff, they say there's no budget, there's no extensions or nothing like that. So what is it with this water? Will there be extensions? Is there a budget? You know, because a lot of our families just can't afford it. Enough is enough. You know, we do a lot of things in our communities with our working families. We have a high rise of substance abuse. We get no help from the city with going out talking to people. We do this on our own. So I just thought maybe enough was enough, and I need to come down here and let you know that this is how we're feeling. Whether you do anything about it or not, I just want you to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. And I would also just, two things, point out that this is on for first reading. So I think that as we go into that conversation at the meeting where we hear that, I think not just myself, but council members will have questions. The way I know that is also because Chair Weiss held a public hearing last week where I think this council was very clear that we also understand that folks are struggling right now and that any increase at this moment should be taken very seriously and serious questions should be given. And so I think that you should continue to engage, but we definitely hear your advocacy and share some of those concerns. Are there any other questions or comments on the consent portion of the agenda? Hearing none, the following ordinance appear on our agenda as consent actions. Will the clerk now read those into the record?
Resolutions of expression, Resolution 255X and 256X-2025, Finance and Governance Committee, Ordinance 2800 and 2969-2025, Economic Development and Small and Minority Business Committee, we have Ordinance 2779-2025, Public Service and Transportation Committee, Resolution 246X-2025, ordinances 2553, 2794, 2806, 2810, 2822, 2836, 2948, 2973, 2991, 2998, and 3040-2025. Neighborhoods, Recreation, and Parks Committee, Resolution 237X-2025, ordinances 2306, 2699, and 2700-2025. Workforce, Education, and Labor Committee, ordinances 2525 and 2974-2025. Health, Human Services, and Equity Committee, ordinance 2812 and 3009-2025. Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee, ordinance 2868, 2878, 2025, Public Utilities and Sustainability Committee, ordinances 2414, 2665, 2804, 2816, 2841, 2856, 2909, 2922, 2936, and 2945-2025, Housing, Homelessness, and Building Committee, ordinance 3019-2025, Rules and Policy Committee, appointments from the mayor, we have A 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, and 152-2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have two speakers on the consent portion of the agenda. The first speaker to come before council is Mr. Jonathan Thomas. Welcome, Mr. Thomas, speaking on ordinance 3009.
Council President Harden, I think both speakers are for the same ordinance.
Oh,
so
sure.
if my colleague Anthony Perry can go first.
Sure.
Good evening, Council President Harden, President Pro Tem Dorrance, Chair Green, and members of the Columbus City Council. My name is Anthony Perry, and I serve as the CFO for the Adam H. Board of Franklin County. That's Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health Board. On behalf of Adam H. CEO Erica Clark Jones and the Adam H. Board of Trustees, I want to thank the City of Columbus for its support of the Franklin County Crisis Care Center, not only through consideration of Ordinance 3009-2025 this evening, but also through the $11 million investment that the city contributed toward construction of the Crisis Care Center, which helped make this project a reality. Adam H. would also like to acknowledge City Council's continued support for Adam H. and the broader behavioral health safety net, most recently through support of Issue 1 on this past general election ballot. The passage of Issue 1 serves as a dedicated stream of funding for the next decade, ensuring that vital mental health and addiction services remain available to all residents, regardless of insurance status or ability to pay. This not only sustains the care that thousands in our community rely on, but it also allows us to fully deliver on the promise of the Franklin County Crisis Care Center. At this time, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Jonathan Thomas, Adam H's COO, who has also served as the project lead for the Crisis Care Center.
Thanks, Anthony. Good evening. So regarding this specific ordinance, these funds will help Adam H. ensure the Crisis Care Center is a success by supporting the provision of the services our provider, Recovery Innovations, or RI, will be rendering. As many of you know, the first phase of the Crisis Care Center opened on September 2nd and included a 23-hour crisis observation unit for up to 40 individuals with integrated physical health care services through a partnership with OSU Wexner and a discharge pharmacy via a partnership with Uptown Pharmacy. Once all three phases are implemented in 2027, the programming will include 3 distinct levels of care: a behavioral health urgent care, 23-hour crisis observation for up to 60 individuals, and an inpatient psychiatric unit, as well as an on-site family resource center. The total programming will be able to handle over 34,000 encounters a year. Through the first 2 months of operations, the Crisis Center has already had nearly 900 presentations at 465 Harmon Avenue, with over 60% of those coming from law enforcement, EMS, and community mobile teams dispatched by 988. Thank you. If you have any questions, we'd gladly answer them at this time.
Well, just thank you. The Crisis Center fills a gap that this community's had for a long time, making sure that the folks who are most in need have high quality care in that moment. I think most of us have been out to tour it. We are extremely proud of it in our city, and proud to support it. We know that the challenges will continue, so we want to continue to be a partner with you as we treat our folks. Councilmember?
I just want to echo our gratitude to the Adam Board for stepping up and leading in this crisis space and really, seeing a problem and saying we're going to figure out how to solve it. And you said 900 in 2 months?
Yes.
900, that's 900 client encounters, 900 people that would otherwise have ended up in an emergency room,
Yeah.
or would have had no resolution or support to their immediate crisis situation. I don't know, how many lives potentially that your work just in 2 short months has saved, but I know that the impact is significant, and so we're privileged to be able to stand with you in lockstep to keep moving forward. And I would just ask, please let us know how things are going and what your needs are, and as we continue moving forward. I know that there's not a lot of additional funding for this type of work. And so we need to be keeping these conversations going on in the community. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if Commissioner, you wanted to say anything or not, but thank the Commissioner for her leadership as well.
Just want to say good evening, Council President and council members, and thank you for coming in support of Adam H. Columbus Public Health is just happy to be a partner. I'm happy to support these efforts, and I just echo Councilmember Green's comments, like 900 in just 2 months is amazing, and those individuals likely would have gone a different path if it weren't for the Crisis Center, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Are there any other questions or comments on the consent portion of the agenda? Hearing none, may I now have a motion to approval of these items designated as consent? Clerk, call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Consent agenda items are passed. So we are going to go into executive session now. So as provided for in Columbus City Charter Section 8 and the Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22, council will go into executive session to confer with the city attorney and staff concerning legal settlements. There will be no vote or formal action of any kind that will take place during executive session. Following that session, the council will come back into this regular meeting. May I have a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of conferring with the city attorney staff concerning legal settlements? Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Bangston. Barosa de Padilla. Beatty. Day Akauer. Dorns. Green. Weiss. President Harden.
Yes, we are in executive session. Meeting 55. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, White, President Harden.
We are now back in session for meeting 55. Because it is past time for zoning, may I have a motion to recess for zoning? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, White, President Harden.
We will reconvene for zoning in 10 minutes.
Once upon a time, there was an old man. He went gathering firewood in the mountains and came upon a big bamboo dazzling in the wood. He split the bamboo. A beautiful girl appeared. Pale as moonlight, pale as moonlight. Just a dream, floating like a paper balloon, not trapped in a cage. I long to return to the moon. I wanted a place to stay, but I feel so happy.
Will now come to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Are there any additions or corrections to the journal? Hearing none, the journal is approved. We'll now go to the zoning committee. Councilmember Dorance chairs that committee, and all members serve on it. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Before we begin tonight's zoning agenda, first a little bit of housekeeping. Will the clerk please read the numbers of legislation in this committee that require waiver of second reading?
Ordinance 2979, 2790, 2862, 2990, 3004, and 3005-2025.
Thank you, clerk. I now move to waive second reading on those items.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Waived.
Thank you. As always, allow me to briefly explain our rules, speaking before council on rezonings and variances. We only hear a staff presentation of ordinance that have a disapproval from a recommending body, or if we have a public speaker signed to speak against an ordinance. We permit 3 speakers on each side of an ordinance, 3 proponents, 3 opponents. We ask that those speakers limit their remarks to 3 minutes per the standard rules of City Council. All speakers on council variance, including city staff, area commissioners, applicants, and members of the public, will be sworn in before they give testimony. Representatives of the area commission are always able to speak on an ordinance. They do not need to fill out a speaker slip. But we do ask you alert city staff of your intentions to speak at this committee hearing. We do have 3 public speakers signed up to speak on tonight's agenda. The Vice City Attorney's Office will now swear in city staff. Please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer to pains and penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. I do. Thank you. Please let the record reflect that Tim Dietrich from the Department of Building and Zoning Services, Christopher Lohr from the Division of Planning, Dan Bleshman from the Division of Traffic Management in the Department of Public Service, and Deputy Director for Housing Strategies, Aaron Prosser for the Department of Development, have been sworn in. First, we have ordinance number 2979-2025 to amend ordinance number 2677-2023, passed October 9th of 2023, the property located at 1155 West Mountain Street by repealing Section 3 and replacing with a new Section 3 to include cemetery uses and mausoleum buildings in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. Ordinance number 2677 -2023 passed October 9th, 23, rezoned 47 acres of 1215 West Mountain Street at the site of the old Cooper Stadium to allow mixed-use development. This ordinance amends that original legislation to allow for a mausoleum building and cemetery-related uses along the southern property line of the subject site adjacent to Green Lawn Cemetery. All other sections of that prior ordinance will remain unchanged and are in effect. Proposal is approved by the city staff and the Southwest Area Commission. Do my colleagues have questions or comments? Seeing none, I first move to amend to emergency.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you, and now move for passage as amended.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, move in the council variances portion of our agenda. We have ordinance 2790-2025 to grant a variance provisions of section 3356.03C4 permitted uses, 3361.02 CPD permitted uses, 3309.14A height districts, 3312.49C required parking, and 3361.03 development plan, and 3361.04B performance criteria, and 3361.07 effective the registered development plan for the property located at 2720-2732 Briggs Road to allow an assisted living facility with reduced development standards in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District and C4 Commercial District. The site consists of 3 undeveloped parcels, and the requested council variance will allow an assisted living facility with a maximum of 118 units. Additionally, variances allow increased building height to reduce required parking from 89 spaces to 60 and replace the approved commercial plan development plan are also included. Proposal has approval from city staff and a disapproval from the Greater Hilltop Area Commission. Due to that disapproval, we'll have a staff presentation. Mr. Dietrich, floor is yours.
Chair Dorance, President Harden, members of council, the requested council variance will allow an assisted living facility with up to 118 units at this location. variances for an increase in building height from 35 feet to 60 feet, a parking reduction from 89 required to 60 provided spaces, and nonconformance with an approved and binding development plan for the existing CPD district are included in this request. The council variance is required because the C4 district and this particular CPD district do not allow assisted living facilities. North, south, and east of the site are single-unit dwellings in the SR suburban residential district. West of the site is a convenience store in the C3 commercial district and 3 undeveloped parcels in the C2 commercial district. The site is located within the planning boundaries of the Hilltop Land Use Plan, which recommends mixed use 1 for this location and includes complete adoption of C2P2 design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Greater Hilltop Area Commission, whose recommendation is for disapproval. Staff concurs with the applicant's analysis of the 7 practical difficulties in achieving this request and supports the variances requested. The proposal is generally consistent with the land use recommendation of the Hilltop Land Use Plan and is consistent with C2P2 design guidelines by providing street trees, parking lot landscaping, and landscaping, buffering, and screening from adjacent residential uses. The proposed assisted living facility is anticipated to provide affordable housing and will be subject to a competitive funding process from the Ohio Housing Finance Agency, which requires certain land attributes, including compliant zoning. Staff supports the council variance process to assist in the OFA funding application process and recommends approval of this council variance.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Any questions from my colleagues to the department at this point? Thank you. Seeing none, we'll then hear from Mr. Christopher Lohr from the Division of Planning.
Thank you, Chair Dorans, President Harden, members of council. Planning supports this request. The Hilltop Land Use Plan recommends mixed use 1 at this location, which is consistent with the request. The applicant has provided street trees and buffering of the adjacent residential consistent with Columbus Citywide Planning Policies, or C2P2, design guidelines. Planning has also reviewed the provided building elevations and found them to be consistent with C2P2 design guidelines. Staff also note that this location is under consideration for an updated land use recommendation as part of the Columbus Growth Strategy, and corresponding zoning as part of Zone-In Economic and Housing Opportunity. The draft land use recommendation is also mixed use 1, which would be consistent with their request. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lohr. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I will move on to Mr. Dan Bleshman from the Division of Traffic Management.
Thank you, Chair Dorans, President Harden, members of council. As referenced in the language within this proposed ordinance, the proposed access point to Briggs Road is subject to the review and approval of a traffic access study to be reviewed and approved by the Department of Public Service. With regards to the requested variance to reduce the number of required parking spaces within this proposed ordinance, in consideration of the number of parking spaces being varied and the proposed use, the requested variance to reduce the number of required parking spaces from 89 spaces to 60 spaces is supported by the Division of Mobility and Parking Services. With these items noted, the Department of Public Service is in support of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Bleshman. So just to, again, make sure we're clear, so we're talking about a traffic access study. So this is basically looking at what would be the disruptions for folks coming sort of in and out of the proposed development. And again, if in fact traffic upgrades would be required, the applicant would be required to commit to those in order for this to move forward. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct. Due to the low trip generation of this proposed use, it would just be looking at the access point and any potential improvements needed there, yes.
And is that low number because both of the number of units, but also because of the use? It's typically when you look at senior living facilities, you have less traffic generally. You don't have folks coming in and out, at specific times that head to work or other types of things, just because of the type of facility it's going to be.
Correct. The type of facility definitely affects that, and it is a lower rate because of there's not as many ins and outs in the morning and afternoon like a typical residential development would have.
Thank you. Any questions, my colleagues? Seeing none, next we'll have Ms. Erin Prosser, our Deputy Director for Housing Strategies.
Thank you, Chair Dorans, President Harden, members of council. The proposed affordable senior housing project addresses key pillars of the Columbus housing strategy by adding housing units to not only meet the needs of our growing city, but also to ensure that low-income seniors have access to safe, stable, and affordable housing. The population is underserved today, and the need will continue to increase in the coming decades. This project is critical to meet the need for affordable housing for seniors in Columbus. According to HUD, there are currently 1,532 low-income housing tax credit units to serve seniors across the city. Meanwhile, we have 11,778 seniors living below the poverty line, meaning we have units available to serve just 13% of the need across the city. Seniors who live in poverty are especially vulnerable group due to the increased physical limitations, medical needs, and social isolation, making this high-quality, service-enriched, affordable housing even more critical. While this is an issue for the city, it's also an acute need for these neighborhoods, including and surrounding the Hilltop. In the 3 zip codes that make up the Hilltop neighborhoods, there are only 149 units to serve 1,758 low-income seniors, meeting less than 9% of the need. In those 3 zip codes, 13.1% of the population older than 65 live below the poverty level, compared to just 11% for the city of Columbus, indicating a greater need in this part of the city. In order to build the housing infrastructure we need to support our growing city, we need to invest and support in the development of safe, stable, healthy housing options to serve our existing and future residents. In Franklin County, we are not only expected to add 43.5% more residents by the year 2040, but we will double the number of residents over 65. Therefore, investing in affordable senior housing now will be a critical factor in the stability of those individuals in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Prosser? So, Deputy Director, just to summarize a little bit of some of the content from your report. So, one, obviously Columbus needs housing generally, but we're also underbuilt for specifically senior housing and more affordable, and that could be more needed than in a place like the West Side, right? That has much less than potentially other areas of the city. Is that fair?
Correct. When you look at what that need is based on the residents that are currently there, they are currently underserved. And then certainly as we continue to grow the population and certainly that population over 65, we anticipate a greater need in the future.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the applicant's representative, Mr. Michael Huber. Mr. Huber, welcome to council. I'm going to swear you in when you get up to the podium. Do you swear from the testimony about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer and pains the penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. As Councilmember Dorans explained, my name is Mike Huber. I'm outside counsel for the applicant, Marion Development Group. I have Marion Group with me here tonight, as well as our outside engineers, Kimley Horn. First, I want to thank staff for the reports, for all their support during the process. They've been great to work with, and I think they really captured most of the pertinent points of our application. A couple things that I want to mention here. This is a fully affordable development, so this development will be submitted for LIHTC funding through the state of Ohio, and will be combined with Medicare waivers to get the affordable aspect of the project. So there will be no portion of this project that will be a market rate development. As was mentioned during the report, we did receive a disapproval vote from the local area commission. In response to that, we did take a look at how to redesign the site and address some of the concerns we received. This included moving the building closer to Briggs, so about 15 feet was about as close as we could get it while still adhering to a lot of the CP guidelines through there. We added additional screening along the rear line, more arbor vitae, and a fence line. We also commissioned a sun study to show what the effects of the height of the building would be on the properties to the rear at both the summer and winter solstice. A copy of that study was provided to staff, and that study reflected that there would be minimal impact on light availability to rear property owners. As far as parking goes, we also commissioned a parking study of all of Marion's existing affordable senior housing product. And that study supported the number of parking spaces we were asking for here, which included 23 AM trips and 30 peak trips in the PM. Outside of that, I want to make sure there's time for council to have questions, and I think the staff reports did a good job of covering the pertinent details.
Any question by my council colleagues for the applicant's representative? Sure. Yep, Councilmember White.
Just one point of clarification. You said you conducted a sunlight study. Was that minimal disruption based on you moving or overall just prior to?
So that is from the height of the building. And when the sun comes down, we check it at the summer solstice, when the sun gets the highest. We checked it at the winter solstice when the sun is the lowest during the peak time of when it would cast the largest shadow.
But that was done after you moved the building 15 feet, correct, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Other questions from my colleagues? So I know one of the things at issue here was, obviously, there's a request for a parking reduction for a parking variance. We talk about sort of connecting and making sure that from a C2P2, so these are the citywide planning guidelines that generally ask folks to sort of do higher and more from a design standpoint. Here, you know, obviously, if you were to put more parking, that would mean that a lot of the green space that is on the property right now would have to go away and be reserved for, you know, a sea of asphalt, essentially. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct. Significant additional parking would force the storm detention system to be placed underground, and that would get rid of the majority of the green space on the site. So you would essentially be left with a building and a parking field, which would, as you say, not adhere to the city's stated design guidelines.
Thank you. Councilmember Green?
I just want to clarify, though, also, you know, down the road, you are maintaining control of this property, right? So if parking were to become an issue, I'm sure it's something that, as a building owner, or that would be something you'd be monitoring.
Yes, 100%. Most of Marion's residents for their facilities come from about a 3 to 5 mile radius of the actual property. So in keeping with aging in place, these are all people from the community. The residents are going to be people from the community. The workers are going to be people from the community. And Marion's going to continue to own the property while it's operated by their third-party operator who operates all of their nursing facilities. So there's a strong incentive to keep the property adequately maintained.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Any other questions for the applicants represented this time? So, Mr. Huber, we'll do public testimony, then I'll invite you up if you have any rebuttal you'd like to provide.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I don't believe that we have anyone from the Hilltop Area Commission here. If that is incorrect, please throw your hand up in the gallery. All right, don't see anyone. As I mentioned earlier, we do have 3 public speakers to speak on this ordinance. First is Raymond Valentine. Mr. Valentine, welcome to council. Again, I'll swear you all in once you're at the podium. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer under pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for this opportunity. On behalf of the Brookshire residents, we ask for your denial on this proposal. The permitted height to go to 60 feet over what is currently allowed of 35 feet is just too high for our community. It's going to be immediately behind one-story mid-century homes. Their privacy is going to be it's going to be gone. It's going to be violated. The people on the second, third, fourth floor can look right into their homes, can look right into their yard. There's no more privacy. The property, their fencing that they're proposing, it's not going to cover a 4-story unit. They're still going to be able to look down and look into these people's homes and look into their backyards. My husband and I own the house directly diagonal on the corner from where this is proposed. And just since June, there's been 15 car accidents at this intersection where this is going to be proposed. It's just too much. The solar panels that these people have put on their houses already, there was a study done by Ambia Solar that calculated the basis for solar generation production at the Schertz addresses is 115% annually. Surrounding taller structures at 60 feet, such as the Marion Development Corporation proposes, would be a minimum that they would drop down to 54% of their solar panel usage. What did the city of Columbus just offer all of the incentives for all of us to switch to solar, and now it's going to be blocked? It's something that needs to be thought about. People have invested thousands of dollars for their properties. Our solar panels alone are expected to run us around $114,000 because our house is all electric. Granted, we don't have that problem because we're on the opposite corner. But the houses behind it have already paid upwards of $80,000 for solar panels. Now they're not going to be able to use them. This is something that needs to be thought long and hard. Medicaid, I get they want to use Medicaid funding. I understand we're all going to get old. We're going to need somewhere to go. Our kids aren't going to take care of us forever. But let's be realistic here. Even the high school is 2 stories. The elementary school is 1 story. Most of the housing, all of the housing on that side of the development are all 1-story mid-century homes. This building's just too tall. It just doesn't fit the community. It does not fit. If it was a 2-story facility, it'd be easier to think about. A 4-story, 118-unit building, what happens if Medicaid stops, guys? These units can't be listed as apartments because there's no kitchens. Now we're stuck with this big monstrosity of a building. I would ask for you to seriously consider denying this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Any questions from my colleagues or speaker?
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker to come for council is Mr. Marcio Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez, welcome to council. I'll swear you in real quick. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pains and penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
The floor is yours, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mauricio Fernandez. As the other person was telling, we live across in diagonal in the same intersection where this development is trying to take place. Again, as a Brookshire resident, I recommend the City Council to deny the approval of this project, and also related to the variable 1 that is talking about maneuvering and parking spaces to cross parcel line. This property parcel cannot be combined. In the last meeting that we have in September 24th, Brookshire neighbors asked the developer group what this means, and they respond that indicates that various zoning designation currently exists between 2 separate property parcels. Due to this site cannot even be created unless the variance 1 is approved. Without approval, it appears available parking spaces fall another 30% below their proposed 60, and revised code minimum is 89. We think that this project is not suitable for our neighborhood. It's not going to be enough parking for the people that work there, people that live there, and it's going, like I said, we are right across. Our concern is that we use probably street parking, and that is a big concern for us. We bought our house 12 years ago, and we've been present in all the car accidents that we have in that corner. Our last accident was this Halloween. We ended with 2 cars in our front yard. We decorate high in Halloween, and we really were considering to use those cars to decorate it. But it's a big issue for us, the security. And not only the vehicles traffic, we have Briggs High School, and that add a lot of walking traffic, and we really think that is a big problem. And we're talking about all these accidents without even having the development yet. We hope everybody consider denying this the project, and I appreciate everybody listening tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Councilmember Barosa de Padilla.
Mr. Fernandez, can you tell me the intersection that you're talking about?
Yes. I live in Briggs and Brownwing.
Okay.
This is the same intersection where the project is going to be. We're just.
I just wanted to confirm that that's where.
No
Thank you.
problem. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker to come for council is Ms. Natalie Farber. Ms. Farber, welcome to council.
Hi.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to swear you in real quick, if that's okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, ma'am.
You. Hi. I'm also here. I live in the Brookshire neighborhood on Schertz Avenue, right at the corner near Bronwyn. I've lived there 21 years. I'm also here to recommend that the city council deny this variance because it's a small site. The footprint is too large. The minimum building setback from all the property lines is either 25 feet or 15 feet. And I'm going to speak about the second variance that's listed in the application form. It has to do with parking spaces. So I'm recommending that you deny this because it cannot meet the Columbus Revised Code Section 3312.49 that requires a parking ratio of, for 118 beds, requires a minimum 89 parking spaces. The applicant is proposing 60 parking spaces, and even the 60 are in question unless the first variance is approved. So this doesn't seem feasible to approve that second variance that's listed in the 14-page application because the math is not very favorable. How many shifts, how many employees per shift for 118 beds who need to park? In September, we learned that the Marion Corporation rep thought there might be 25 staff per shift. A Brookshire neighbor who is also a nurse at a smaller assisted living facility reports they have at least 35 staff per shift. So I'm going to run through some math for you to let you think about this. So how many seniors do we estimate might need parking for their own vehicles? If you've got visitors who need to park, they might be challenged to find any on site. So let's consider this example. If you've got 25 staff, according to the Marion Company, or you've got 35, according to our nurse, need daily parking, but you've only got 60 spaces. Say a third of the seniors that live there, not 50%, not all of them, show up with cars. What's a third of 118 beds? About 40 spots, right? So add 40 to the 25 or 35 employees. What's that? 65 or 75, right? So you're now over the 60 proposed parking spaces. Let's say only a third of the seniors are lucky enough to get visitors daily. Not every day, not 50%, not 100% of them. What's a third of 118 bed seniors? The math is definitely unfavorable. If you add the 25 employees or the 35 employees to 40 visitors, 40 seniors needing to park, they either need 103 or 113 spaces. 105 or 115 spaces. So the proposed 60 parking spots seems very inadequate given the revised code requires a minimum of 89. That seems barely sufficient during peak hours, special occasions, high traffic flows, senior health events, holidays. So where else are all these people going to park? The staff, the seniors, the visitors, deliveries. Brookshire neighbors absolutely oppose maneuvering and parking in front of our homes and businesses on Briggs Road, St. Cecilia, Bronwyn, Woodcroft, Schertz Avenue. And our opposition begins with just the simple aesthetics and the need for parking in front of our own houses. But we also recognize there's safety concerns. When you add traffic, that much traffic, on what is a small, narrow roadway, there's heavy afternoon and morning pedestrian foot traffic. You've got high schoolers walking back and forth. You've got parents parking up all those streets morning and afternoon. You've got a lot of bus traffic near and at Briggs High School. What's the likelihood the city might have to widen that rural Briggs Road, add signs or traffic signals near Bronwyn Avenue and the high school? Brookshire neighborhood is not opposed to the senior assisted living, a nursing home, but we prefer a smaller facility, single story, double at the most, less beds, adequate parking, and a smaller footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council members for Ms. Farber? Seeing none. Thank you very much for being here.
Welcome.
I did want to invite the applicant's representative back if they have any additional comments they'd like to make based on the public testimony. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind just letting us know your name, and then I'll go ahead and swear you guys in.
Excuse me, my name is Robert Farron. I'm with consultant firm Kimley Horn.
Mr. Farron, welcome back. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Sir.
Bill Skiba, also with Kimley Horn.
Yep. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pains or penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, council member, and thank you to the residents who came out tonight to speak. We appreciate the feedback. We appreciated hearing the feedback when we met with everybody earlier this year. We tried to do what we could do, given the site, to address some of these concerns, but I understand why some of them still remain. Concerning the 4-height zone-in, I've not had a chance to review the other sun study that Mr. Valentine referenced. Ours showed that it would not have an impact on the solar studies, so that is the sun study that we've been relying on. I know there was mention of a variance for cross parking, and I just want to clarify that. That's just a catch-all in the event that the county does not permit, for whatever reason, the consolidation of the lot, which is extremely unlikely, as many of us know, but still had to put it in there to be safe. I'll invite Mr. Ferris back up to discuss parking.
Members of council, as was mentioned before, part of our work was to look at additional sites where Marion already had in operation assisted living housing facilities, to really understand the real demand for parking at these sites, knowing that this is a bit of a unique residential land use. And what we found was, in a similar site with a similar number of housing units, at peak, approximately only 70% of the parking was utilized. And so we did observe the majority of that parking being staff, and some visitor parking, but not as much resident parking, which we would expect given the type of land use, the type of residential land use that is being built here. We know we want a right-size parking. We know that parking is often not a highest and best use, so we know, especially with zone-in and the principles of zone-in, we want to be cognizant of the pros and cons of building parking and making sure we build enough parking to support adjacent land uses. In this case, based on the fact that we've studied similar properties and showed about a 70% utilization rate, we feel that 60 spaces is right-sized to accommodate this 118 housing unit development, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions council may have.
Any other questions from my colleagues for the applicant? Councilmember White?
Just the comparables that you're talking about, are they in Columbus? Are they other places?
It's in Columbus, Indiana.
Columbus,
So,
Indiana.
yes, so, and that's just a coincidence. We got to make sure we didn't get things messed up in our office. This, looking at the comparable site, it was in Columbus, Indiana. It was along a main thoroughfare. It was adjacent to single-family residential. And during our observations, we also looked at, did any parking spill over into that adjacent residential neighborhood? We did not see that. Again, we only saw peak utilization at 70% for that parking lot, average utilization at about 55%.
Thank you. Councilmember Green?
I thought when I was reviewing the site map of the location here, it looked to me that the project is along the back of these single-family homes, but people keep referencing them parking on the street, like the frontages of the streets. Was I looking at the drawing wrong? Yeah. So it looks like the backs of the single-family homes would be towards the project, not like the front of the houses. Am I looking at that right?
Yes.
Okay. On the opposite side of the road. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, you're the rear to rear.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
And then parking along Bronwyn there, and then along Briggs, and then coming up a little bit along St. Cecilia.
Okay, thank you.
And then one other point I want to reference, given this use, The vast majority of Marion's residents do not drive. These are individuals who have been moved into assisted living, meaning they need some level of care for daily activities. These are not the most mobile folks. Very little of them bring a car, and most tend to sit there once they do bring a car. And there is a shuttle service that is heavily utilized by the residents to basically do anything that they need to do to get off-site due to mobility challenges.
Thank you. Any other questions from my council colleagues? See none. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, council members.
Yep. I want to thank the residents for coming down tonight and certainly for engaging throughout this process. I know the applicants made changes based upon that engagement. I know there's lots of questions around parking, but certainly I think historically when you look at these types of facilities, particularly that have been constructed in Columbus, the testimony we've heard tonight sort of lines up with that experience of previous assisted living facilities where there is not a significant demand for parking. You know, this is a project that's complying with our citywide planning requirement, that much higher level of design and building standards. This fits the land use plan for the Hilltop area and certainly fills an incredibly needed gap for housing for low-income seniors within Columbus. Certainly recognize that, that jump from 1 or 2 stories to 3 or 4 stories is a big change for some residents, and certainly understand as Columbus continues to grow, that's going to be a tension for lots of folks to really understand and appreciate that type of density is needed to be able to bring this kind of housing in line. But I do think that this project is ready to move forward, so therefore I move to accept the staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. I next move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. I next move to amend to emergency.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you. And now move for passage as amended.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2862-2025 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.035 R3 Residential District, 3312.43 improved surface required, 3321.05 B1 vision clearance, 3332.05 A4 area district lot width requirements, 3332.13 R3 area district requirements, and 3332.27 rear yard and 3332.28 side or rear yard obstruction to Columbus City codes for property located at 1371 Mount Vernon Avenue to allow a 2-unit dwelling on one lot with reduced development standards in the R3 residential district. This site consists of one parcel developed with a single-unit dwelling, and the requested council variance will allow a carriage house dwelling on the south side of the lot above a detached garage. Council variance is required because the current district only allows one single-unit dwelling per lot. Proposal is approved from city staff and the Near East Area Commission. I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Second.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. I next move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Adopt it.
Thank you. I next move to amend to emergency.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Amend it.
Thank you. And finally, move for passage as amended.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2865-2025 to grant a variance provisions of section E20.100, use of the Columbus City Code, so the property located at 1015 North High Street, to allow a non-accessory parking lot in the UCR Urban Core District. At the request of the applicant, I move to refer this ordinance back to committee.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Refer back to committee.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2990-2025 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.039 R4 Residential District, 3312.49C required parking, and 3332.05 A4 area district lot width requirements, and 3332.15 R4 area district requirements, 3332.18 D basic computing area, 3332.19 fronting, 3332.25B maximum side yard required, to 3332.26C minimum side yard permitted, and 3332.27 rear yard of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 1103 Neal Avenue to allow a 2-unit dwelling on one lot with reduced development standard in the R4 residential district. Site consists of one parcel developed with a single-unit dwelling and an existing two-story detached garage, and the requested council variance will allow a conversion of the second floor of the garage into a dwelling unit. A variance is required because the current zoning district does not allow a two-unit dwelling on one lot. Variance is to require parking, lot coverage, lot width, lot area, fronting, and rear yard included in this request. Proposal is approved from city staff and the Victorian Village Commission. I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. And next move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Adopt it.
Thank you. Finally move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3004-2025 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.037 R2F residential district 3312.49C required parking in 3332.05A4 area district lot width requirements 3332.14 R2F area district requirements 3332.19 fronting 3332.25 maximum side yard required and 3332.26 C1 minimum side yard permitted 3332.26F minimum side yard permitted and 3332.27 rear yard and 3332.29 height district of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 465 East Beck Street to allow two single-unit dwellings on one lot with the reduced development standard in the R2F residential district. This site consists of one parcel developed with a single-unit dwelling and detached garage. The requested council variance will allow the existing detached garage to be replaced with an accessory dwelling unit. A council variance is required because the current zoning district only allows one single-unit dwelling per lot. Variance to require parking, lot width, lot area, fronting, maximum side yard, minimum side yard, rear yard, and building height are also included in the request. The proposal is approved from city staff and the Columbus South Side Area Commission. I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. Next move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Adopt it.
Thank you. Next move to amend to emergency.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Amended.
And finally move for passage as amended.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. And finally, we have ordinance 3005-2025 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.035 R3 residential district, 3312.49C required parking, and 3332.05A4 air district lot with requirements of Columbus City Code for a property located at 1371 in Brighton Road to allow two-unit dwelling with reduced development standards in the R3 residential district. Site consists of one undeveloped parcel, and the requested council variance will allow the site to be developed with a two-unit dwelling. A council variance is required because the current zoning district only allows single-unit dwellings as a primary residential land use. Variances to require parking and lot width are also included in this request. Proposal is approved from city staff, the Near East Area Commission, and the Historic Resources Commission. I first move to accept the staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. Next move to adopt the findings of staff, the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Adopt it.
Thank you. And finally move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. All we have in tonight's zoning agenda.
No further business come for the zoning committee. Is there a motion to adjourn? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
The meeting is adjourned. We'll reconvene meeting 55 in 5 minutes. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Betty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
We are back in regular meeting number 55. The first committee to come before council is the Finance and Governors Committee, chaired by Councilmember Bangston. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight in the Finance and Governors Committee, we have ordinance 2706-2025 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology to enter into a contract with Windmill Software, Inc. for a term of 1 year with the option to renew for 4 additional one-year terms for the use of PPM Pro product and services to waive competitive bidding provisions of Columbus City Codes, to authorize the expenditure from the general fund and the information Services Fund, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance authorizes a contract with Windmill Software, Inc. for the purchase of PlanView PPM, a program and project management solution for a 1-year term with the option to renew for 4 additional 1-year terms. This product is necessary to develop a PPM practice, which will be used by the Department of Technology Enterprise Project Management Office in partnership with the Department of Public Safety's Project Management Office. Given the niche set of requirements for Safety's Project Management Office needs, a waiver of competitive bidding is requested. An emergency designation is requested to ensure there is no interruption or delay in the implementation of the critical city technology and public safety operations, including support for the Real-Time Crime Center, Safety RMS, the Department of Technology's Zero Trust Network Initiative, IT governance function, and other related systems essential to the city's secure and efficient operations. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Betty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Next, we have ordinance 2720-2025 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology on behalf of Civil Service Commission to enter into a contract with governmentjobs.com, Inc., also known as NeoGov, for application hosting services to waive competitive bidding provisions of Columbus City Code and to authorize the expenditure of $189,551.14 from the Department of Technology Information Services Operating Fund. This ordinance authorizes a contract with governmentjobs.com, Inc., also known as NeoGov, for application hosting services. NeoGov is used by the Civil Service Commission for the support of the Insight Enterprise application, the test management software system, Biddle software, and candidate text messaging. Utilizing this system, civil service can do online job analysis, data collection, and off-site testing, test management, and candidate text messaging, all critical to the Commission's mission. This contract will expand the services currently provided to include the eSkills pre-employment integration and software subscription, and set up for the Attract candidate relationship management software. This ordinance requests approval to continue services provided by NeoGov, so a waiver of competitive bidding is requested. Seeing no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Betty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2920-2025 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology to enter into an agreement with Columbus FiberNet LLC for fiber optics cable maintenance services, to authorize the expenditure of $88,201.27 from the Information Services Operating Fund, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of Columbus City Codes, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance authorizes an agreement with Columbus FiberNet LLC for fiber optic cable maintenance services in support of the city's fiber optic infrastructure. This ordinance funds year 16 of a 23-year agreement authorized by Ordinance 1296-2029, and provides labor, equipment, and materials needed to ensure reliable operations of the city's fiber network. At the time of purchase, maintenance fees were waived for a period of 5 years. However, starting in 2015, contract terms for scheduled annual maintenance with an annual maintenance fee were authorized. The city owns fiber optic cables in various strand count quantities throughout the city. The above described services are needed to regularly inspect and maintain these assets and provide fiber optic cable maintenance services in the event of unforeseen damage to the fiber network. The current contract expired on October 21st, so an emergency designation is requested. Seeing no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Betty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. May I jump to page 24 of the agenda for a piece of legislation and rules of reference?
Please.
Thank you. Tonight in rules of reference, we have ordinance 2116-2025 to amend Title 39 of the Columbus City Codes and to repeal certain existing sections of Title 39 in order to update, clarify, and strengthen code regarding the operations of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and its programs. This ordinance makes several changes to Title 39 of Columbus City Code, which governs our Office of Diversity and Inclusion, to modestly restructure operations in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion to protect the city from legal vulnerability. On July 28th, this ordinance was referred to committee to allow council the time to hold public hearings and deliberate on the proposal. Following the first hearing, which took place on August 26th, council challenged our Office of Diversity and Inclusion with the guidance of our city attorney's office to edit the proposal so that it only made changes that were absolutely necessary to protect the city legally. I believe that the updated language shared at last week's public hearing is a more modest and focused set of changes that meet the direction given by this body on August 26th. This is why I'm comfortable bringing this ordinance back for consideration tonight. As I mentioned back in August, council also has an obligation to consider legislation that aims to protect against physical, financial, or legal threats to the city's well-being. These revised changes both expand the work of the office by giving it more flexibility to serve our small businesses while also future-proofing our Office of Diversity and Inclusion to protect the integrity of that team and the work that they do. There is a clear and present threat that municipalities throughout this country are facing, and this legislation is a tool that helps us navigate roadblocks that have appeared. I greatly appreciate all of the emails, the letters, the conversations, and testimony provided by our community regarding these changes. I am moving this legislation forward not because this is something that I want to do, but because I believe that this is the responsible thing to do, and that these changes put our city on a pathway to not only consider serving our small businesses we currently serve, but will give us the legal protection necessary to issue a new disparity study down the line. I know we have folks from our Department of, from Office of Diversity and Inclusion here. Want to give them a time to make any comments.
President Harden and Councilmember Bankston, members of council, I just want to speak on behalf of ODI and Kenyana Walker, the Assistant Director of ODI. And I just want to share kind of some brief comments on some of the activities our office has been involved in since the previous hearing. So over the past several weeks, ODI has conducted a series of community engagement sessions to ensure that the proposed titles, the proposed updates to Title 39 were informed by businesses and partner organizations who would be most effective. We held morning, noon, and evening sessions, both virtual and in-person formats, and we were joined by more than 50 participants. We wanted to make sure that we gave an opportunity for multiple community members to come and share their thoughts about Title 39 changes. Some of those members that came also included representatives from major supplier and minority and women business advocacy organizations. Their feedback helped shape how we communicate the changes, and it helped us better understand the needs in the market. We believe that the changes that have been submitted were deeply informed by those individuals who attended the sessions in addition to phone calls and emails, and we were grateful for the opportunity to have a second pass to make the changes, the right changes.
Thank you, Dr. Walker, and thank you, your team as well. This has been a journey for us, and I think that this council doesn't take changes to this section of code lightly, and I think neither does our Office of Diversity and Inclusion. So I want to thank you for working in community and getting us to this narrowed place. As I said at the hearing, and I'll continue to say, this is a moment that causes us to be intentional. But what we will continue to do at the city is try to strengthen our hands so that we can continue to do this work. So I encourage folks, if you have been working alongside of us, the work doesn't stop. Continue to engage with us, continue to hold us accountable, and let's continue to move our city forward. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage. I'm sorry, I apologize. I moved for passage as amended, excuse me. No, I don't. I first moved to amend as submitted to the clerk.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bankston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Amended.
And now I move for passage as amended.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bankston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. That's all I have in my committees this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next committee to come before council is the Public Service and Transportation Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Barosa de Padilla. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Before I begin, I just wanted to, while it was on the consent portion of the agenda, I just wanted to uplift a piece of legislation that is the CPAS that we are bringing back to the Short North, that the department has made a contribution to ensure that our workers in the Short North can get to all of the great places that employ folks in a heavily congested part of the city. They can take a bus. So we're getting more cars off the road, which is good for the environment. It's good for safety. And I'm excited that folks will have the benefit of being able to use the CPAS and that we can again uplift public transit as an option for everyone in different parts of the city. So I have 4 other pieces of legislation in public service and transportation this evening. The first is 2563, 2025 to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget to authorize the Director of Public Service to enter into contract with Complete General Construction Company for the bridge rehabilitation Front Street and Nationwide Boulevard over Rail Road Tunnel project to authorize the expenditure of up to $5,434,218.13 from the Streets and Highways Bond Fund project and to declare an emergency. This project includes the rehabilitation of Front Street and Nationwide Boulevard bridges over the railroad tunnel downtown. The project involves a major superstructure replacement for the bridge on Front Street. Additionally, the bridge on Nationwide Boulevard includes expansion of seal replacements and sidewalk resurfacing and other work as necessary. Downtown continues to get better and smoother for everyone. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2807, 2025, to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget to authorize the transfer of funds within the Streets and Highways Bond Fund to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Service to enter into contract with Orchard Hills and McClement Incorporated for the Bikeway Broad Street Urban Trail, Washington Avenue to Alum Creek Trail project, and to authorize the expenditure of $1,875,000 from the Streets and Highways Bond Fund. I'm excited to share with you the East Broad Street Urban Trail. On the screens above, we do have a little show and tell as I read that you'll see in the rendering. This is what Broad Street will look like very soon. The Capitol Trail is one of the transit-supported infrastructure, also known as sidewalks, trails, bike lanes, and more, that we together as a community voted for as part of Link Us. There are 2 additional ordinances tonight on the consent agenda which also pertain to this project. The project will be installing a signature multimodal facility along Broad Street, connecting improvements within downtown to the Alum Creek Trail with a separated bike lane on the south side of East Broad Street from Washington Avenue to the Alum Creek Trail. We're excited to provide connectivity and safety to our residents in Columbus. Deputy Director, is there anything you would like to add about the project?
Thank you, President Harden, Chair Barosa de Padilla, and Council for this opportunity to share a little bit more. This TSI, this project is part of the TSI and the Link Us initiative. It's one of more than 80 projects that are included in the TSI for a safer and more connected mobility options across the whole city. Included within the consent agenda tonight was ordinance 2794, 2025, and this authorized the city to accept and award for 2026 projects that are a part of TSI, the first one being the one that we're talking about right now, the Broad Street Urban Trail, Washington Avenue to Alum Creek. It also includes the Broad Street Urban Trail, Scioto Peninsula to Washington Avenue, the West Broad Street BRT Corridor Share Use Path, the Trayview Road and Walcott Road improvements, and Nelson Road Sidewalk, Livingston Avenue to Main Street. And all of those are included in that ordinance. So we're moving and getting it going here with the TSI projects. You'll see more and more coming.
Thank you, Deputy Director. And I know it's a long night, but I wanted to take take a second and show folks what is coming, because as we know, Link Us will take us a while to get the buses up and running as we reconstruct roads. But the tax dollars, the increase that we got through Link Us, that is generating things that folks will see today and tomorrow and well into the future all across the region. So not just here in Columbus, but in other parts of CODA's footprint, you're going to see connected trails, you're going to see more bike lanes, you're going to see more sidewalks, you're going to see those improvements happening even quicker than the buses are coming. And so I thought it was just important for us to just take a moment and share with folks what is happening while we're waiting for that bus, how folks can still get around the city safely and more efficiently. So do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2947, 2025, to authorize the Director of Public Service to enter into contract with Danbert Incorporated for the downtown signal conduit replacement Phase 1 project, to authorize the expenditure of up to $1,184,089.67 from the Street Construction Maintenance and Repair Fund for the project, and to declare an emergency. This contract includes upgrading the conduit system on Grant from Gay to Long and Long to Grant to Jefferson. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Thank you. And lastly, we have ordinance 2956, 2025, to authorize the City Attorney's Office Real Estate Division to contract for professional services related to the acquisition of fee simple title and lesser interests in and to property needed for the arterial Broad Street, Outer Belt Street to Reynoldsburg, New Albany Road project, to authorize the City Attorney's Office Real Estate Division to negotiate with property owners to acquire the additional rights of way necessary to complete this project, and to authorize the expenditure of up to $1 million from the Streets and Highways Bond Fund, and to declare an emergency. This project includes road work on State Route 16 or East Broad Street from Outer Belt Street to Reynoldsburg, New Albany Road, to go from 4 lanes to 6. We usually don't do this, but because of the traffic congestion and other problems happening along this corridor, this will allow for better efficiency and safety. Work will also include signal modifications at 4 locations, additional extension of turn lanes at various intersections along the corridor, median additions, construction of shared use path on the north side and a sidewalk on the south side, and lighting improvements. This ordinance authorizes the City Attorney's Office to negotiate with property owners to acquire the various property rights necessary to complete this project. Another exciting project coming along the East Broad Street corridor. Do my colleagues have any additional questions or comments? Great. Seeing that, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
And that is all for me this evening, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Neighborhood Recreation and Parks Committee. The committee is chaired by Councilmember Diakar. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Our first ordinance in the committee this evening is Ordinance 2606-2025, to authorize the Director of the Recreation and Parks Department to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Council of Governments for the Central Ohio Area Agency on Aging, to authorize a transfer of appropriations between objects within the Recreation and Parks Grant Fund, to authorize the expenditure of $6 million from the Recreation and Parks Grant Fund, and to waive relevant provisions of Chapter 329 of the Columbus City Codes relating to the sale of city-owned personal property for donation to the COG COAAA. Earlier this year, the Central Ohio Area Agency on Aging, or known as COAAA, began the process of separating from the City of Columbus and transitioning to a Regional Council of Governments in order to best continue serving aging residents amid changes at the state level. In July, this council authorized a transfer of $1 million to support startup costs for the new Council on Governments, known as a COG. That legislation was amended by council to require certain commitments from the COG, ensuring that employees are put first thing during this transition. This council has been vocal in our support for COAAA employees, represented by CWA Local 4502 and AFSCME Local 1632. It's been a confusing and stressful year for our employees as they learned that they would be leaving the city and would begin working under the new COAAA COG. And this process has at times, unfortunately, lacked the transparency many were hoping for, mostly on account of legal necessity. And I believe that there are many lessons that we as a city have learned during this process to better prepare for these situations and ease transitions for employees. That being said, because of the advocacy of our unions and my colleagues, I believe we are now in a good position to move forward with this transition. This ordinance authorizes the transfer of $6 million to the COAAA COG to ensure the new entity can meet payroll, retirement contributions, and insurance coverage obligations for staff who start with the COG officially on January 1st. To clarify, these dollars are not general revenue fund dollars, but rather grant dollars that the Recreation and Parks Department has accepted from state and federal sources on behalf of COAAA. Earlier on this agenda, we passed an ordinance approving an MOU between the city and AFSCME Local 1632, which would provide tiered payments to AFSCME COAAA employees who are transitioning to the COG. It is our understanding that a similar MOU with CWA Local 4502 has been completed. I want to thank Director Chris Moses and the AFSCME and CWA leadership for their commitment to good faith negotiations during this process. With these MOUs near finalization and given the need to authorize this transfer in a timely manner so that the COG can pay its new employees at the start of the year, I encourage my fellow council members to join me in approving this ordinance this evening. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Dorrance?
Thank you, Chair. It's no secret I've been fairly critical of sort of the process that you laid out, but just wanted to say I'm proud to support this legislation, considering those MOUs with both AFSCME and CWA are either signed or really close to getting those done. So just appreciate you and certainly our Department of Human Resources for taking these matters very seriously, even when we have had difficult discussions on this. So just appreciate you leaning into this to make sure that workers have been in the front of this the whole time. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, then I move for passage.
Call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. And this next ordinance I am doing on behalf of Councilmember Remy, who is out today. This ordinance is number 3138-2025 to authorize the city clerk to enter into a grant agreement with the United Way of Central Ohio Incorporated in support of the 2025 Columbus Turkey Drive, to authorize an expenditure within the Neighborhood Initiative Subfund, and to declare an emergency. Together with Urban One and NBC4, United Way of Central Ohio Incorporated is giving away Thanksgiving boxes at 6 Columbus community centers. The goal is to provide 1,800 of these boxes, which include a turkey and sides. The funds requested will ensure the ability to purchase all of the needed turkeys for families who may be facing food insecurity. Councilmember Remy has proudly supported this initiative for many years and looks forward to seeing the positive impact it has once again this holiday season. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Thank you, Council President. That's all in my committee this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Health and Human Service and Equity Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Green. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Council President. Tonight in our Health, Human Services, and Equity Committee, we have 4 ordinances on second reading. The first one's Ordinance 2850-2025 to authorize the Board of Health to accept grant funds from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in the amount of $3,382,868 and any additional funds for the Ryan White Part A HIV Care Grant Program, to authorize the appropriation of $3,382,868 and any additional funds awarded from the unappropriated balance of the Health Department Grants Fund, to authorize the City Auditor to transfer appropriations between object classes for the Ryan White Part A HIV Care Program, Grant Care Program. The goal of Ryan White Part A HIV Care Program is to support clients and individuals across our community that are living with HIV with the goal of helping them achieve viral suppression, which improves their quality of life and reduces the risk of spreading HIV infection. This grant will enhance medical services for both somatic and behavioral health services, pay for HIV-related doctor's visits, mental health care, substance use treatment services, and other services allowable by the grant, and strengthen case case management and linkage to care programs to support whole people as they're going through this journey. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage. Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, White, President Harden. Our second ordinance tonight is 2958-2025 to authorize and direct the Board of Health to accept the grant service contract from the Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health, or ADAM Board of Franklin County in the amount of $1,879,470.94 to authorize the appropriation of $2,169,470.94, which includes program revenues to the Health Department in the Health Department Grants Fund, to authorize the City Auditor to transfer appropriations between objects classes for the 2026 Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health, or ADAM Board of Franklin County Grant Service Contract for the Alcohol and Drug Services, ADS, and Neighborhood Social Services Divisions, NSS, grant programs as needed upon request by the Columbus Public Health Department, and to declare an emergency. This appropriation funds our alcohol and drugs service operations to ensure that individuals across our community that are experiencing substance use disorders have the care and support that they need. And it also helps us achieve our goals in the Franklin County Addiction Action Plan. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage. Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, White, President Harden. Thank you. Our next ordinance tonight is Ordinance 3152-2025 to authorize and direct the Board of Health to enter into a grant agreement with the Mid-Ohio Food Bank, DBA Mid-Ohio Food Collective, to authorize the expenditure of $10,000 from the Health Special Revenue Fund, to authorize the expenditure of funds on reasonable food and non-alcoholic beverage expenses, and to declare an emergency. Approximately 12.8% of households in Columbus receive SNAP benefits. These benefits are crucial to preventing hunger and supporting food insecurity among our residents. Franklin County has 173,523 SNAP recipients obtaining approximately $31 million per month in benefits. Additionally, Columbus City Schools estimates that approximately 29,000 students receive SNAP benefits, and for many of these households, SNAP benefits are the primary means of purchasing food. The city recognizes that the temporary restraining order was granted on October 31st of 2025 to supply individuals access to their SNAP benefits, but anticipates that benefits to eligible residents will be made available sometime this month. And as a result, there's going to be a gap period. So as a city that's committed to supporting our most valuable asset, which is our people, we are requesting this funding in order to provide emergency support to the community. And this funding will support the Mid-Ohio Food Collective to provide food at several upcoming drive-through events that will be taking place. The first one this Wednesday on November 19th. Oh, look, we have a flyer. It's up there on the screen there. This Wednesday, November 19th, at the Fire Academy on Parsons Avenue, 3639 Parsons Avenue, from 3 to 5 p.m. And next Monday, the 24th of November, at Fort Hayes, which is at 546 Gibbs Boulevard, also from 3 to 5 p.m. And I just want to take a minute also to thank Dr. Roberts and for our partners over at the Health Department, because, we put out a call and everyone has answered. And I don't know if there's anything you want to see, because I know this is not the first one of these drive-throughs that you've done, but I know when we were talking last week about this ordinance, just the overwhelming need that you've seen and the response from the community really quickly.
Good evening, Council President Harden and Chair Green and members of Council. Columbus Public Health has had the opportunity, working with other city partners, to host 4 previous food giveaways in partnership with Mid-Ohio Food Collective and Life Care Alliance. Collectively, with those 4 sites, we have served over 1,500 households and been able to make an impact, and people are appreciative. We will extend that for the next 2 drive-throughs. Will be a little different. They'll just be drive-throughs, so people will not have to get out of their cars. We will have accommodations for people who walk up. We do anticipate some people having to walk up, and with the help, again, of Mid-Ohio Food Collective as well as the Life Care Alliance, we will be able to supply families who show up 4 frozen meals as well as produce and goods from Mid-Ohio Food Collective. We anticipate at each drive-through that we will be able to serve 400 families at each one. So 800 additional families can be served with these efforts. And we're appreciative of all the donations that have come from city employees as well as non-city employees that have donated to the city, and are appreciative of everyone who's put their hands together to help our neighbors who are in need during these very trying times. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roberts. Yeah, I know it's really late, but I just want to take a moment to think about that. 4 events in locations that they don't normally happen, so we're not talking about people's normal routines that they're in to go to places for support, and 1,500 people that have come, moved around their day, some of them on foot, to be able to access the support. So I think it really highlights the increased need that we're seeing across our community, and I just want it to be something that is always in the front of our minds, and that we're thinking about and monitoring as we're going forward. And again, I'm just so grateful for you, Dr. Roberts, and for your team at CPH for really mobilizing. So without further ado, are there any other comments or questions for my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
And then this next ordinance is a companion to the one before, ordinance number 3166-2025, to authorize and direct the Department of Finance and Management to enter into a subrecipient agreement with Life Care Alliance in support of their respective food distribution operations in the cumulative amount of $40,000 to authorize the appropriation and the expenditure. So again, in partnership with the other drive-through events that CPH is helping to support. We will also be partnering with Life Care Alliance for 2 drive-through events on November 19th and November 24th, which will be providing frozen meals to 800 families over these 2 events. And they're able to provide up to 4 meals per family. As you all have known from the past 2 years of my budget advocacy, Life Care Alliance has been experiencing severe budget deficits that are not because of financial mismanagement. It's because the needs have grown and grown and grown since COVID. They've more than doubled the amount of people since COVID that are accessing services through their Meals on Wheels program. And so, we have to continue to provide that support. And so this is going to be one area where we're able to bridge a little bit of those gaps, and we've got a lot further to go. So are there any other comments or questions for my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you so much, Council President. That's all for me tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilman Remy, but in his absence, I've asked President Pro Tem Rob Dorance to lead this committee. Councilman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. First, in the Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee, we have Ordinance 2919-2025 to authorize the Director of Finance and Management on behalf of the Municipal Court Clerk to modify and extend the contract with Dell Marketing LP for the purchase of maintenance, support, and services for Microsoft licenses in support of hosting for the monthly Azure usage, to amend the original contract to update the product due to Microsoft Air to waive the competitive bidding provision of the Columbus City Code to authorize the expenditure of $70,000 from the Municipal Court Clerk Computer Fund, and declare an emergency. This ordinance ensures the municipal court clerk can continue to use needed Microsoft licenses for the daily operation of municipal court. This modification is needed due to an internal mistake in the contract with Microsoft during the setup of the process, and the modifications is based upon rates established in the existing term rate schedule. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. We have a number of different financial settlements that involve the city here in this committee tonight. I wanted to take a moment to talk a little bit about with our General Counsel, Laura Baker-Morris from the City Attorney's Office, to help level set how these settlements work and how they come before the body before we get to the particular details of these settlements that take the form of legislation. Ms. Baker-Morris, can you speak to the sort of legal and sort of legislative process that occurs for settlements to come before council?
Thank you, President Pro Tem Dorance. So settlements that come before council come to the city attorney's office in one of essentially 2 different ways. Either a complaint has been filed in a court of competent jurisdiction and we're served a copy of that complaint, and we go through the process of engaging on that particular series of allegations, and we come to a point in that process where we believe that settlement is appropriate. The second way that settlements can end up coming to the city council is that we are sometimes served with what's called a demand letter. That is where an individual has believed they have claims against the city, and rather than filing a complaint first, they will instead reach out to the city attorney's office, and they will provide us with a basic overview of what they feel that their potential claims might be. From that point, the process is fairly similar in the sense that it will be assigned to a litigation attorney, either in our litigation section or our labor and employment section, depending upon the nature of the cause of action. And they'll begin a process of discussing where we might be able to resolve that particular dispute among the parties. There will involve a certain level of investigation on behalf of the city attorney's department. We'll reach out to try and interview individuals within the city who might have knowledge regarding the particular allegations, and to try to get an understanding of just exactly where we are in terms of the claims that are being made. At that point, we'll reach out to the department that is most impacted by the allegations, and we'll start having discussions with supervisors and our executive level members of that department to talk about whether or not it would be appropriate to enter into a settlement agreement. In those conversations, the city attorney's office will essentially provide a risk assessment. Where do we feel that we might have exposure? Where do we feel we are definitely having exposure? And where do we feel that settlement would or would not be appropriate? We have those conversations, and then through the course of those conversations and back and forth with the party as represented by their counsel, we'll come to terms and agreements that we believe are in the best interests of the city. Once that occurs, we initiate with the department and with the Department of Finance and Management legislative process to basically move that through to council through legislation, and then it arrives at city council.
Thank you, General Counsel. So we have a number of settlements tonight, some that date from 2021, some from 2024, some from 2025. Can you speak to, in your experience, is there any general timeline when you talk about when an event transpires that gives rise to some type of claim, and how long that typically takes to go from all that entire process you just explained to coming before us here tonight? Because again, when I look at our agenda, we've got ones going back to 2021 all the way up to this year.
Yeah, and it really does depend. Every one of these circumstances are very unique in terms of both what facts are being alleged in the particular complaint and or demand letter, and also where we are in the process. So you might have a filing from an incident that occurred in 2018 that's filed in federal court in 2020, and we go through discovery process, and there are motions filed, and it's up on appeal, and it may not come to you for a settlement because the parties don't come to the point where they believe that settlement is appropriate until many years later. We might have a circumstance where we receive a demand letter and we start engaging in conversations, and we quickly kind of realize that we're at a point where we might be able to resolve it much earlier and prior to the filing in court. There are statutes of limitations that kind of control when demand letters might be resolved. So in other words, if somebody comes forward to the city attorney's office and they have a claim, and we're getting close to the statute of limitations, which is the last point in time where they can actually file in court, that might be an incident that will prompt a resolution at that point in time before the court, before it's filed. So in other words, it really depends very much on the very specific facts and circumstances for any particular claim.
Thank you. And you mentioned that risk analysis that the city attorney conducts when they're sort of reviewing a case and conducting an investigation. One of the things we've heard often when settlements come before this body is the question around attorney's fees, and whether or not that is a particular issue as it relates to whether or not it makes more or less sense for the city to potentially seek a settlement out of court rather than disputing claims in a competent court of jurisdiction.
Yes, that is definitely a factor. There are certain claims that can be brought against a city where by statute attorney's fees are in play. Not every claim that's brought against the city has attorney's fees, are attorney's fees eligible, but for those that are, in some instances, the cost of paying for those fees, the longer in time that a particular conversation or particular case goes on, the higher those fees are going to be. And so part of the risk assessment and risk analysis from the city attorney's office is what exposure might we have to pay attorney's fees on this particular case, given the age of the case and given the particular claims that are being brought to us.
So to summarize, even if, the city feels very confident in the fact that, they did nothing wrong and one would want to dispute in court, even if there's a small chance you may lose in court, you may assess that by virtue of not only owing the claim, but also then owing a significant amount of attorney fees based upon the amount of time it takes for litigation to resolve in courts.
Yeah, that's always going to be part of the risk analysis. I mean, first of all, even if we feel that we have incredibly adequate defenses, you never know what's going to happen with a jury. And certainly when there are attorney's fees at play, those costs can keep escalating each day.
Thank you. I appreciate you helping to level set a little bit here, considering we've got a number of these and want to make sure that folks clearly understand sort of all the different sort of procedures and structures that are in place as the body contemplates these. So the first ordinance we have here is ordinance 3024-2025 to authorize the acceptance of funds from the city's settlement of claims made in a multi-district Visa and MasterCard payment card interchange fees, antitrust litigation, and declared emergency. General Counsel, could you walk us through a little bit about this case?
Yes, and this one's a little bit unique and compared to the other four we're going to hear this evening, because in this instance, this is actually a class action lawsuit where the city is liable to receive damage awards rather than settling it and paying a damage award. So in May of 2024, the city attorney's office was made aware of a class settlement out of a class action lawsuit entitled In Re Payment Card Interchange Fee and Merchant Discount Antitrust Litigation in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York. The lawsuit had alleged that merchants between the dates of January 1 of 2004 and January 25th of 2019 had been forced to pay excessive fees to accept Visa and MasterCard payments because Visa and MasterCard, individually and together with their respective member banks, violated antitrust laws. Further, our office learned that local governments that accepted Visa and MasterCard for payments of things such as processing fees or taxes were determined to be members of the class. Upon confirmation that the city did indeed accept Visa and MasterCard payments during the relevant period of time, it was estimated that approximately $12,611,380 in fees were paid by the city over the relevant period of time. The decision was made not to opt out of the class settlement, and the settlement fund is currently estimated to be $5.54 billion. Now, that's for everybody that's in the class. The ordinance before the council tonight authorizes the acceptance of funds from the city's settlement of claims in this action. And while the city has not yet received confirmation of the final settlement amount, it is necessary for the city to be authorized to accept the damages awards once issued, as this ordinance will allow.
Any questions from my council colleagues for General Counsel? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, White, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2527-2025 to authorize and direct the city attorney to settle lawsuit, caption Michael Wiggins, et cetera, all, the City of Columbus, et cetera, all, Franklin County Court of Common Pleas, case number 24-CV3283 to authorize the expenditure of the sum of $750,000 and no cents, settlement of the lawsuit to authorize a transfer of $750,000 within the general fund and declare an emergency. General Counsel, can you walk us through the facts of this case?
Yes, thank you, President Pro Tem. On the night of July 23rd, 2023, firefighter Tyler Connors was driving Engine 5 with Captain Timothy Boyd on board as the ranking officer. They were heading northbound on Interstate 270 near Hamilton Road. It was dark, and it had been raining, making the pavement wet. Engine 5 was called off from an emergency run, and firefighter Connors began moving left, using Engine 5's signals to make a left turn into an emergency turnaround to head back to the fire station. Firefighter Connors informed Captain Boyd that he intended to use the turnaround, and Captain Boyd did not disagree with that choice. While Engine 5 was slowing and beginning to make its left turn, a sedan attempted to pass Engine 5 on the left. The sedan collided with engine 5 in the left median near the entrance to the turnaround. Both the sedan and engine 5 came to a stop, with the rear corner of engine 5 still partially in the far left lane. The decedent, Timothy Wiggins, was driving a pickup truck in that lane and collided with the rear corner of engine 5, killing Mr. Wiggins and injuring his passenger, Patricia Gerlach-Hessen. Firefighter Connors was criminally charged in connection with the collision and entered a no contest plea to the misdemeanor offense of vehicular manslaughter in April of 2024. Mr. Wiggins' estate filed a lawsuit in the Franklin County Court of Common Pleas asserting claims for negligence, wrongful death, respondeat superior, negligent hiring in training, supervision, and retention, negligent entrustment, and punitive damages. Earlier this year, this council approved a settlement in the amount of $191,000 of an action filed by Mr. Wiggins' passenger, Ms. Gerlach-Hessen. This settlement will dispose of Mr. Wiggins' estate's case as well, releasing firefighter Connors, Captain Boyd, and the city from any and all claims which the estate has relating to or arising out of the events of July 23rd, 2023.
Thank you, General Counsel. Wanted to address Deputy Director Speaks from Department of Public Safety. So we have a situation here in which we had a member of the Division of Fire that was criminally charged with involved in this incident. Can you talk to us about what, if any, discipline that individual received either from the Division of Fire or the Department of Public Safety?
Thank you, President Pro Tem Dorans. Shortly after the criminal sentencing that General Counsel mentioned, the Division of Fire found no fault, no discipline, nor any recommended policy changes. In the interest of transparency and accountability for the family of Timothy Wiggins and the community we serve, we believe there needs to be a full accounting of this tragedy. That is the reason that Director Pisciotti has instituted a outside investigation. That investigation is ongoing, and it's being conducted by Dave DeVillers of the law firm of Barnes and Thornburg. Once that investigation is completed, we will certainly inform council of the results.
Deputy Director, would you expect that investigation provide recommendations or things that would come before this body? As far as changes to city code or training perhaps, or, I guess in this instance, when we have this kind of tragic incident occur, and certainly you have one outcome in the court system says one thing and the Division of Fire says another, this body typically wants to know sort of what we should expect, sort of moving forward to help to address, to make sure that a situation like this doesn't occur again.
I would assume that the investigation, and I will not speak for Mr. DeVillers that is coming, but I assume it will have a thorough review factually of what transpired, whether or not there were any city workplace violations of various individuals and policy recommendations. Again, I don't want to presuppose what Mr. DeVillers may find.
Thank you. Any questions from council members, either for the department or for general counsel? Certainly want to provide our condolences to Mr. Wiggins' family for this very, very tragic incident that occurred. And with that, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorns, Green, White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance number 2864-2025 to authorize and direct the city attorney to settle lawsuit captioned Anita Davis v. City of Columbus, 10th Appeals District Case number 25AP633, to authorize expenditure of $30,000 and no cents in settlement of the litigation, to authorize the transfer of said funds to the citywide account into the Columbus Recreation Parks Operating Fund and declared emergency. General Counsel, can you walk us through the facts of this case?
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Anita Davis is a former employee of the Recreation and Parks Department, where she was employed as a public relations specialist until her resignation on September 14th, 2021. In 2023, Ms. Davis filed an action in the Franklin County Court of Common Pleas alleging claims of race discrimination and harassment, retaliation, and/or intentional infliction of emotional distress at her place of employment. Ms. Davis's claims primarily centered around the department placing her on a performance improvement plan, issuing her a verbal and written reprimand, and other actions by her supervisors. She made complaints to the prior director of the department and to the city's Office of Equal Employment Resources, each of which caused investigations to be conducted, which did not result in a substantiation of her claims. She believed that the department's actions were motivated by her race or in retaliation for her complaints. The litigation is currently on appeal to the 10th District Court of Appeals. Approval of this settlement agreement will resolve the matter in its entirety.
Thank you, General Counsel. Any questions from council members regarding this case? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance number 2960-2025 to authorize and direct the city attorney to settle the claims of Luis Escobedo Villanueva to authorize the expenditure of sum of $75,000 and no cents in the settlement matter and declare an emergency. General Counsel, can you walk us through this one?
Thank you, President Pro Tem. On September 16th of 2024, Columbus police officers responded to a report of 50 to 60 vehicles doing burnouts in a parking lot on Fisher Road. As police arrived and cars started leaving the scene, Luis Villanueva Escobedo was stopped for a non-working headlight. Officers ran Mr. Villanueva's information through their onboard computer systems and were alerted to the existence of a warrant. The warrant was from Johnson County, Indiana, for operating a vehicle without a license. Records technicians reached out to the issuing agency, and the warrant was confirmed. Mr. Villanueva was arrested on the Indiana warrant, taken through ID, and booked into jail. Villanueva, who had a valid Ohio license, told the arresting officers that he did not know how he could have had a warrant, as he did not think he had ever been to Johnson County, Indiana. To initiate extradition to Indiana, a Columbus detective filed a criminal complaint for fugitive from justice, a felony charge for which the detective requested a high bond. Mr. Villanueva was able to post bond on September 19th, and the felony charge was dismissed by prosecutors on September 25th. It was later determined that the warrant was for Luis Esquivel, a man with the same first name and same date of birth as Villanueva, but with a different surname and different physical features. This settlement will release the city, the arresting officers, the charging detective, and records technicians from any and all claims arising out of the events related to Mr. Villanueva on the night of September 16th, 2024.
Thank you, General Counsel. Deputy Director Speaks, can you talk to us about sort of how these events came to be?
Sure, President Pro Tem Dorance. Here, the officers took the driver's license, ran it through the LEADS, which is a computer system in Ohio that is connected to national systems. That computer system showed that there was a warrant out from Indiana. Indiana was then contacted, and they said, yes, that's the guy. We want him extradited back to the state of Indiana. So our officers relied on what turned out to be incorrect information from LEADS. The Columbus Department of Public Safety sincerely apologizes to the plaintiff for its erroneous arrest, but that was based again on an out-of-state agency's information. Likewise, we are in full support of this settlement, and I would also note that we have reached out to LEADS, making sure that the link between plaintiff's license and the person who's actually wanted in this case, that link has been severed.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Can you speak for just a moment what LEADS is, and again, that error that occurred, whether or not that was an error from the other jurisdiction or something that Columbus had involvement with?
Sure. LEADS is an acronym for the Law Enforcement Automated Data System. Courts, prosecutors, law enforcement retrieve information from that system. That information is uploaded to national databases overseen by the FBI. Virtually every state has its own database, including Indiana. That is also loaded up. I checked some stats, and in 2024, the Ohio LEADS had 1.5 billion inquiries. I'm afraid, although it is very rare, there are at times erroneous information, and this is an example of an erroneous link.
Thank you. And in that instance where we're talking about the system itself was the one in which gave that erroneous information to the officers. So even though there was some information that did not fit, those officers were relying upon, again, that service to provide them with the most up-to-date information, and that simply just failed Mr. Villanueva and failed the city.
Not only the computer system, but the call to Indiana, yes. two failures there.
Any questions from my council colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3014-2025 to authorize and direct the city attorney to settle all claims with Avery J. Townsend, to ratify the authority of the council president and council chief of staff to execute the settlement agreement, to authorize the expenditure of $92.00 in the settlement of claims from the Department of Finance citywide account to Columbus City Council Fund and declared emergency. This ordinance is submitted to settle any and all claims related to Avery J. Townsend's employment with separation from the city of Columbus in the amount of $84,792. Prior to getting into more details of the subject matter of this piece of legislation, I want to just take a moment and address the timing of this coming before council. As we heard earlier from the city attorney, there is no standard timeline for these kinds of settlements. Here tonight, as I pointed out, we have settlements regarding events that transpired as far back as 2021. The event that gave rise to this settlement took place in the spring of this year. The first communication received by the city attorney regarding these claims arrived in June of this year. After several months of negotiations, the final terms and settlements were agreed to late last month. Tonight, we held an executive session to help speed the briefing process for members regarding the terms of the settlement, as it oftentimes will take weeks for the city attorney to set up briefings for 9 different council offices. In my nearly 7 years on this body, I believe this is the fastest I've seen a settlement move from a claim made against the city to the city attorney conducting a substantive investigation regarding those claims, to negotiations between the parties, briefing council members on the settlement, and bringing legislation forward before this body. As we discussed earlier, one of the ways in which a claim comes before us in which it will produce a settlement is a demand letter is sent by a potential plaintiff. In this case, that letter was sent directly to council members, or directly to council, which was then transferred to the city attorney's office. And I want to start with some questions in light of a attempt at full transparency coming before the body here tonight. So that, again, demand letter was sent directly to council and then was transferred to the city attorney's office. General Counsel Baker Morse, could you review sort of the specific legal claims that this demand letter made in this case?
Yes, President Pro Tem. So the demand letter included claims of violations of the Family and Medical Leave Act, or FMLA, the Americans with Disability Act, discrimination under Title VII on the basis of disability and sex, and acts of retaliation during the former employee's employment with the city.
Thank you. I want to be very clear. We had a public speaker several weeks ago that made some allegations regarding that a settlement was being considered regarding issues of sexual harassment or other kind. Is there anything within that demand letter that speaks to any of the claims being sexual in nature?
No.
Thank you. What's the city's legal obligations under the Family Medical Leave Act?
So the Family Medical Leave Act, generally speaking, affords individuals who are employees of a larger sized company organization with 12 weeks of unpaid leave when they are experiencing a serious health condition. That serious health condition can be a condition of their own as determined by their medical provider, and or if they are caring for an individual family member who is experiencing a serious health condition. They are entitled to notice of the ability to obtain FMLA leave, and they are entitled to designation of leave that they take as FMLA-approved leave.
Thank you. Does the Family Medical Leave Act require someone on leave to be paid?
It does not.
In this instance, did the city continue to provide compensation or pay this employee?
It's my understanding that the city has a policy of allowing individuals to use any paid time off that they have available to supplement when they're on FMLA, and I believe that was the case in this instance.
You know, in a situation where an employee is on FMLA leave, is it legally permitted for an employer to reach out to that employee while they're on leave? And if so, what are sort of the instances in which that would be permissible?
Yeah, sure. So it is permissible for an employer to reach out to an individual who's on leave. However, the employer must be careful not to be in any way, shape, or form inhibiting that individual's ability to take advantage of the benefits of the leave. They cannot obstruct the leave in any way or interfere with the taking of the leave. So as an example, if an individual is out on leave and the employer has a question, and maybe they went out on some emergency leave and they're looking for a particular file that they were working on, or a password in order to enter a particular piece of software, it's certainly permissible for an employer to reach out and ask those basic questions. The questions shouldn't devolve to the point where that individual feels like they're still working, for the employer. It's also permissible for an employer to reach out and inquire as to what time that individual, when that individual will be returning to work. Those kinds of reach outs should be de minimis. They should be handled by the HR department ideally, and they should be very much just for getting that essential information that the employer needs to continue the work of the employer.
Thank you, General Counsel. In this specific instance, were there city employees that reached out to this individual while they were on leave?
Yes.
And is that the main substance of the legal claims that are coming before this body tonight?
That is the essence of the claims.
Thank you. I know we have received a number of public records requests related to the settlement in recent weeks. It's also my understanding that those requests have not been fulfilled to date.
That's correct.
My understanding is that many of the documents that have been requested are not currently considered public documents under House Public Records Law. So, for example, that demand letter that we've talked about, why wouldn't that be considered a public record at this point?
So Ohio law within the public records law allows for trial preparation records, work product records, and attorney-client privilege communications to be protected as non-public records at various points throughout the course of a negotiation and/or a litigation. The reason behind that is to allow for the attorneys to be able to litigate their case in court and to potentially allow for settlement without it immediately becoming a public record that would make it challenging then to bring that case to settlement. However, once you do reach a final settlement, and if this were litigation, that would also include all your appeal rights. Once you reach a final settlement, a number of those documents will no longer be able to afford the protections of being a trial preparation record.
So in this instance, using, for example, that demand letter from the former employee's attorney, when would that be a public record that could be provided to those that have filed a request with counsel?
Once the matter is fully resolved and settled, which in this case, if this council should choose to pass this particular ordinance tonight, and if that is then executed by the mayor, at that point in time, there is a waiver of right of appeal, and so it would be final at that point in time, would be able to be released.
Thank you. Again, here in this instance, the demand letter specifically is the claims, the legal claims that are being made revolve around FMLA and leave. However, there are allegations in that letter regarding from the former employee that Councilmember Remy, who was this former employee supervisor, was very difficult to work for. That he would regularly raise his voice. That there were other allegations regarding a poor work environment. Is that an accurate depiction of a portion of that demand letter?
Yes.
Thank you. Has the city admitted faults in this settlement?
Has the city admitted fault?
Has the city admitted fault?
No, it has not.
Thank you. Thank you, General Counsel. I want to pause and see if any of my council colleagues have any questions for the city attorney's office at this point. Seeing none, thank you, General Counsel. The allegations that have been made are troubling, and personally, it's very, very disappointed that this body is in this position tonight to pass a settlement with a former employee. Allow me to be clear. The workplace behavior that is described in this demand letter is not acceptable. And I don't think any member of this body believes that behavior was acceptable. No one should be subject to that kind of behavior in the workplace, let alone those that have raised their hand to serve the public. I believe Councilmember Remy knows that and knows that this body expects our staff to be treated with dignity and respect and will take the necessary actions to make sure that he does that in the future. The emergency action is being requested for this ordinance so that it can be moved forward quickly to effectuate the settlement of the claims and to ensure the best interest of the city can move forward. Wanted to pause and see if any of my council colleagues have any questions or comments before I ask for a vote. Council
Mr.
President?
Chair, first of all, thank you for not just handling this settlement this evening, but for leading us through 5 difficult settlements. I think that's what you saw us going into executive session to discuss, to be briefed upon, so that we could move forward. As it is clear, the Public Safety and Criminal Justice Chair normally handles these settlements. But given Councilmember Remi's role in the events of this settlement and his planned absence today, I asked Councilmember Dorrance to manage it. As you've all heard from the discussion from the President Pro Tem and from our City Attorney's Office, this settlement legally and technically is about issues pertaining to an employee's paid leave plans. And like many settlements that come before this body, the purpose of the settlement is not to neither to validate nor rebut specific claims, but rather to resolve the overall matter amicably. But as with many settlements, council members often want to know that the relevant department takes seriously the issues that the impacted employee or the resident has. We want to know how the city is working to reduce the likelihood of something like this ever happening again. This settlement is unusual because it pertains to a matter inside City Council. But I do not consider City Council to be above that same kind of questioning. If anything, the public should hold us, City Council, to an even higher standard. I certainly do. And so with this settlement, I have tried to role model the kind of transparency that people should expect when there are settlements involving any city department. We're not trying to sweep anything under the rug. In that spirit, I want to address that the employee also made other claims about Councilmember Remi, who was their boss, that he was harsh, that he was disrespectful, and that he was a terrible manager. And I know that Councilmember Remi can be direct and difficult to work with at times. Hell, he's raised his voice at me in the presence of others before when we've disagreed on things. So I want to tell my colleagues, I want to tell the public, and I want to tell the media and our staff who may be watching how we handle this. Before I was an elected official, I was a staffer here in City Hall. So I take this issue very seriously. I know firsthand that how you speak to someone matters, especially when you're in a position of authority. After the conversation with the staff member, I told Councilman Remi that that kind of behavior was unacceptable to me. I told Councilmember Remi that he would need to agree to management training and that I would not sign off on any permanent staff for him until he got professional help. He is in the process of that training now. He's had to work a lot harder without having a team to support him. But this event also showed me that there are gaps that exist in our own HR systems here at Council for managing and properly documenting personnel issues, and I've directed the Chief of Staff to fix them. We also now added a second staff member to the City Council HR team to balance the burden on the HR director and to work on training and culture within City Council. We all have a responsibility to make our employees feel valued and to make the City of Columbus a great place to work. Just one employee who leaves the city because they had a negative experience is one too many. I care about my colleague, Councilman Remi, as a person, and I believe he's a good man and a good legislator. But this is a moment of learning, not just for Remi, but for me and this council. It's a time for accountability for Councilmember Remi. Next January, I will ask my colleagues to re-elect me as council president, and then I will make committee assignments. I will take many things into account when I make those decisions. In this situation, as well as other opportunities to move this council forward will be at the front of my mind. Again, I want to thank the City Attorney's Office. I want to thank President Pro Tem Dorns. This is above and beyond what I have asked you to do in the past. I want to thank my colleagues. We spent almost an hour in executive session today learning about this situation, but others, and deliberating. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for you. And we will continue to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. With that, I move for passage as emergency.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorns, Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Council President, with your permission, I'd like to move to rules and policy.
Sure.
Thank you. There I have ordinance 2857-2025 to amend chapter 2509 of the Columbus City Codes to enact section 2509 to establish the requirement for emergency power supply when an electric motor-driven fire pump is installed within a structure. This ordinance establishes a proactive fire protection measure to ensure electric-driven fire pump has an emergency power supply in the event the primary electrical supply fails. This is a new fire prevention protection policy identified by the Division of Fire and is needed to ensure that fire suppression systems in the city of Columbus properly function in the event of of power failing in a building. Any colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorns, Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. That's all I have in my committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Public Utilities and Sustainability Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember White. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. First, in Public Utilities and Sustainability Committee tonight, I have 2626-2025 to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Utilities to enter into a contract with Cornerstone Maintenance Services Limited for HVAC and air purification maintenance services at various Department of Public Utility facilities, to waive competitive bidding of Columbus City Code, and to authorize the expenditure of $388,700 from the sewer operating sanitary fund and $10,000 from the electricity operating fund. This ordinance provides funding for the maintenance of HVAC and air purification systems that ensure environmental conditions are met in areas housing sensitive electronics crucial to plant processes and operations. Let me stop there, see if any questions or comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorns, Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, I have ordinance 2636-2025 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter into a construction contract with Driven Excavating LLC for the Atlanta Drive Area Water Line Improvements Project to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget to authorize the appropriation and expenditure of up to $5,896,817.62 from the Water Supply Revolving Loan Account Fund for the contract, and to make this ordinance contingent upon the Ohio Water Development Authority approving a loan for the project, and to authorize the expenditure of up to $2,000 from the Water Bond Fund to pay prevailing wage services. This improvement project will take place in the Atlanta Drive area of the Greater Hilltop and will replace and/or rehabilitate the existing water lines that have a high break frequency. Replacement of these water lines will improve water service, decrease burden on water maintenance operations, and reduce water loss. Let me stop there, see if any questions or comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorns, Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, I have ordinance 2671-2025 to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Utilities to enter into a contract modification with DLZ Ohio Incorporated for the Construction Administration Construction Inspection Services 2023-2025 contract, to make this ordinance contingent upon the Ohio Water Development Authority approving a loan for this project, to appropriate funds within the Water Pollution Control Loan Fund, and to authorize an expenditure of up to $1,558,922.99 from the Water Pollution Control Loan Fund to pay for the project. This project will rehabilitate existing sanitary lateral lines as part of the Blueprint Columbus initiative. This will reduce infiltration and inflow into sanitary sewer system, thus reducing the treatment volumes and cost at the plants. Let me stop there, see if any questions or comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty, De Akauer, Dorns, Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, I have ordinance 2688-2025 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter into a construction contract with Performance pipelining incorporated for the Blueprint Hilltop 1 Palmetto Westgate Lateral Lining Project 2 project, to authorize an amendment to the 2025 capital improvement budget to appropriate funds within the sanitary revolving loan fund, to make this ordinance contingent upon the Ohio Water Development Authority approving a loan for this project, and to authorize an expenditure of up to $8,275,325.55 from the sanitary revolving loan fund and the sanitary bond fund to pay for the project. This work is needed to mitigate water and basement events and sanitary sewer overflows in compliance with the consent order from the Ohio EPA. Let me stop there, see if any questions or comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, I have ordinance 2708-2025 to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Utilities to enter into a service agreement with ThinkWell LLC for Leadership Development Program Services and to authorize the expenditure of $267,683.75 split between the electricity, water, sanitary sewer, and storm operating funds. I move to refer this back to committee.
Is there a second? Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Refer to committee.
Thank you. Next, I have ordinance 2715-2025 to authorize the Director of the Department of Finance and Management to establish a contract with BEC Enterprises LLC for the purchase and delivery of water flusher truck for the Department of Public Utilities, to waive competitive bidding of Columbus City Code, and to authorize the expenditure of $325,353 from the Sanitary Sewer Operating Fund. The water flusher truck will be used by the compost facility to control dust around the plant. The purchasing office did advertise and solicit competitive bids in compliance with City Code. 2 bids were received. After the bids were evaluated, it was determined that the low bidder's quote attachment had an expiration date on it that would not allow proper time for city's processing. Therefore, a bid waiver is being requested to allow the acceptance of the original low bid with an updated quote that extends the expiration date. Let me pause there, see if any questions or comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, I have ordinance 2729-2025 to authorize the Finance and Management Director to associate all general budget reservations resulting from this ordinance with the appropriate current and pending universal term contract purchase agreements for the purchase of water treatment chemicals for the Division of Water, to authorize the transfer of $4,300,000 between object classes in the Water Operating Fund, to authorize the expenditure of $8,300,000 from the from the Water Operating Fund. This ordinance provides funding for the purchase of water treatment chemicals for the Division of Water. Let me stop there, see if any questions or comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed. Excuse me.
Thank you. And finally, I have ordinance 3073, bless you, -2025. This ordinance authorizes the Director of Finance and Management on behalf of Sustainable Columbus to implement the Pilot Resiliency Hub program in support of the city's sustainability and community prosperity goals with Mays Manor United Methodist Church Incorporated, to authorize the appropriation and expenditure of $75,000 from the Sustainable Columbus Fund and to declare an emergency. This ordinance enables Mays Manor United Methodist Church to incorporate a clean energy-powered microgrid. This will allow the church to serve and meet the needs of the community during extreme weather and potential grid power outages. This project is possible because of the Community Choice Aggregation Program and will achieve 2 goals in our Climate Action Plan by creating a microgrid and kicking off the Resiliency Hub pilot. Emergency designation is requested to ensure utilization of the 2025 federal tax credits for the battery backup portion of the project. Let me stop there, see if any questions or comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. That's all I have for my committee this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The final committee to come before council is the Housing, Homelessness, and Building Committee. I chair that committee. The first piece of legislation we have tonight is ordinance 2853-2025. This ordinance authorizes the appropriation expenditure in the amount of up to $502,585.15 of Home Investment Partnership Program or Home ARP funds with from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. It authorizes the Director of the Department of Development to enter into a sub-recipient, not-for-profit service contract with Community Housing Network, Inc. in an amount of up to $502,585.15 to provide supportive services for residents that are deemed eligible under the Home ARP guidelines at Touchstone Field Place 2, and it authorizes the expenditure prior to the purchase order within the contract term date of November 1st, 2025 through July 31st, 2030. This is a federal funding which provides supportive services to residents at Touchstone Field Place 2 with the Community Housing Network. These supportive services prioritize individuals who meet the states of Ohio's permanent supportive housing policy framework, which can include people who previously experienced chronic homelessness. So, are there any questions or comments on this piece of legislation? With that, I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Passed. The last piece of legislation I have in this committee is ordinance 3035-2025. It's to authorize the Director of Development to enter into a grant agreement with TCG Alfred Broad Apartments Holdings LLC for development of a 240-unit workforce housing development in an amount of up to $2,200,000 to authorize expenditure up to $2,200,000 from the Affordable Housing Bond Fund, and to authorize the expenses incurred prior to the creation of the purchase order, to repeal ordinance number 1721-2025 and to declare an emergency. When we talk about Columbus's housing needs, we often say that a home is where a job goes at night to sleep. This legislation speaks directly to that truth. As our region continues to grow, with new jobs, new companies, and new opportunities, we must ensure that the people who power our economy have a place to call home. Tonight's investment in workforce housing is a steep step towards meeting that responsibility. It will bring hundreds of new units online, including 72 homes affordable at 80% AMI. These are the kinds of options that help nurses and teachers and first responders and so many others live close to the people that they love and the jobs that they work. And importantly, this development is near Mount Carmel East, right in my district, and surrounded by major job centers. It's the kind of smart, intentional housing investment that keeps our city growing in an equitable and smart way. Are there any questions or comments on this piece of legislation? Hearing none, I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Ordinance is passed. Well, that was a lot. It was a long meeting. Seeing no further business to come for council, is there a motion to adjourn? Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Beatty de Akauer, Dorance Green, Vice President Harden.
Meeting is adjourned. Do we have?